Welcome to the CSIR International Convention Center. I'm VP Pretorius, and I'm quickly going to give you a safety induction before you commence. When you break for tea and lunch, please come back to the very same seat that you are sitting in right now. Practice a physical distance of 1.5 meters at all times from one another, as well as our staff members. Kindly wear your mask at all times within the venue as well as the communal areas at all times, unless consuming beverages. Should you experience any COVID-19 symptoms throughout the day, please report to reception, whereby a temporary isolation facility would be made available to you should you not be able to self-isolate. Please remember to fill in the online COVID-19 questionnaire on a daily basis before accessing the CSIR ICC site. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm. Take only belongings you can carry. Walk in an orderly manner. Do not run. Responders will lead you to an emergency exit, then to an assembly point. Please observe a 1.5 meter physical distancing. Restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signage. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Refreshments are served in biodegradable packaging to avoid contact. Beverages are served individually, including sweets within the venue. Only venues with fresh air intake is being used. Restrooms' main doors are left open to improve ventilation. Basins and urinals are demarcated to allow physical distancing. Free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Select free CSIR on your device. No password is required. For assistance, please call on any of our staff members who will contact a technician to provide support. Thank you and enjoy your day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here today to celebrate the birthday of an engineer and a pioneer in nursing all over the world, Ms. Florence Nightingale. However, our celebration is not an easy celebration because we are full of sadness due to the disruption caused by COVID-19 all over the world. We have lost many nurses, and lives have been disrupted. However, for us, COVID-19 did not only disrupt life, it as well provided opportunities for governments to relook, reform the healthcare systems, because COVID-19 has proven that indeed governments were never ready for a disruption such as this one. But as well, it has highlighted that nursing as a profession needs to be recognized for the goodness that it is doing. The World Health Report on nursing from WHO requests governments to focus on investment on nursing, particularly on the training of nurses, leadership, as well as mentoring those that are young. We would all be knowing that the world population is aging, and as well, the nursing population seems to be taking that route. And thus, it will be important for governments to start putting resources to make sure that future healthcare is safeguarded and nursing is at the center of it, particularly for the country such as ours, where the majority of people, 80% of our population, cannot afford private health care. By so saying, I would like to say, good morning, colleagues. My name is Dimakato Sebopa. I am your program director for today. We have provinces connected, President, all 9 of them. I would like to round them up and say Western Cape, Goeiemorgen, Molweni, Eastern Cape, Molweni, good morning. Northern Cape, Goeiemorgen, Dumelang. Northwest, Dumelang, good morning. Free State, Rally Dumedisa, and good morning. Mpumalanga, Lochani, good morning. Limpopo, Rally Dumedisa, Machironi, and good morning. KZN, Sanibonani, and good morning. Gauteng, Heitaola, good morning. By so saying, colleagues, we are saying you are welcome to this August event. Let us enjoy it to the best of our abilities, although that we know that our mood may not be allowing us to that effect. Within ourselves, we've got guests, President, And I would like to go straight and introduce and acknowledge our guests. President, we've got the ICN Deputy President amongst ourselves, Ms. Tembeka Kwakwa. She is here with us. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you very much for being here. We are also having presidents of DINOSA. President Mafalo is here with us this morning. President Matebeni is here with us this morning. President Songwani is just sitting across. And President Msibi. Good morning, colleagues. We also have the General Secretary of DINOSA and the Deputy General Secretary of DINOSA, Mr. Kasim Lekhwati and Mr. Kwena Manamela. We are expecting colleagues, I'm told that they are delayed in their absentia, we'll recognize them. We are expecting the Curationist Board sub-editor, Professor Matlakala, to be here. We are also expecting Public Service International Regional Secretary, Mr. Tishani Fambisa, to be here. We would like to welcome Pastor Aria Hobbs and her partner amongst our midst. Virtually, President, we are joined by the following officers. Office of Health Standards, we have got Mrs. Dikeledi Chukudu, represented virtually there, representing Office of Health Standards. The PSCBC, the General Secretary, Mr. Friki de Brain, as well as the Chairperson, Ms. Ingrid Dimo, have joined. We are also having Mrs. Tembim Gomezulu, the former General Secretary of DINOSA, on virtual. But as well, President, we are expecting the Minister of Health to be joining us in few minutes if he hasn't joined. And would like to say, colleagues, thank you very much for joining us and good morning to you all. By so saying, I would like to say, Pastor Hobbs, may you kindly ascend to the stage and come and pray for the event before we go into deeper details. Thank you very much.
Program Director, the executive of DINOSA, I just want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and open this prestigious event. It is prestigious because we are here celebrating and acknowledging the work, the sterling work that our engineers, that our frontline workers, nurses in this country, and because it's International Nurses Day, internationally as well. So I really thank God for this opportunity. Let me say, esteemed leaders of our country, our beloved DINOSA leadership, the president of DINOSA, Mr. Hlongwane, and his executive committee, that the program director has already alluded to. Honorable Minister of Health, Mr. Zweli Mkhize, the President of ICN, Ms. Gwagwa, the South African Nursing Register, and all delegates present at this prestigious occasion. I'm taking this opportunity to greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ, because I believe that I'm representing God in this place to His healthcare workers, because I believe that nursing is a calling. As nurses, we find ourselves facing unique challenges as a country and the world at large to reduce the infections, the risks, and the spread of this monster that we do not know of, that is called COVID-19. But our fearless and encouraged workers are doing a sterling work, because I believe that as nurses and faith communities, we know that for God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. This is in accordance with 2 Timothy chapter 1, verses 7. We can live, work, and serve without anxiety, but experience peace as nurses, a deep peace that only comes from God. Paul writes in Philippians chapter 4, verses 6 to 7, and says that, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your request to God. I believe this is what every nurse is doing every morning when they go into duty. As soldiers in this field, they believe that they cannot be anxious for anything because they have presented their situation, their petitions unto God, because this is a calling to them. And God says further on, says that, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts, your minds in Christ Jesus. Hallelujah. Our God is a God of comfort. We are reminded in 2 Corinthians chapter 1, verses 4, that our ability to, He gives us an ability to comfort others as nurses, of course. And this comes from a source of unending love, strength from a God who comforts us in all our troubles, so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves receives from God. This is what every soldier that is represented in this field, in this career, in this calling, that stands in. Hallelujah. I want us to bow down our heads and pray on this prestigious day where we recognize these heroes and heroines. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, the Jehovah Rapha, the God who heals, today we celebrate International Nurses Day and hold in prayer all nurses who have committed themselves to the care of your children. They follow your Son, Jesus, in his example to care for us in both body and soul. Jesus, you are the healer who calls all nurses to serve and to care for people in your name. As they carry out this holy ministry, be with them. Bless them with the wisdom of your Holy Spirit and fill them with the compassion that allows them to put the needs of those they serve before all else. In the midst of this highly contagious worldwide epidemic COVID-19, let them not forget that nursing is fundamentally about being with people in need. It is about touch, a listening presence, a willing and compassionate heart that sees beyond signs and symptoms of illness to a person in need and to their community at large. Help them to embrace their calling that is nursing, to make it their own, and in so doing, to bring your healing presence into the lives of those people in need. We pray all this in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Hallelujah. God bless you all.
Thank you, Pastor Hobbs, with those words of comfort and prayer. Next on our program, we would call Mr. Manamela to come and give the purpose of the day.
Program Director, ICN Deputy President, Ms. Tembeka Kwakwa, DINOSA leadership led by the President Simon Tlongwani, Honorable Minister Zweli Mkhize, government officials, former leaders of the organization, esteemed guests, nurses throughout the breadth of the country, South Africa, and globally, thank you very much. My function is to outline the purpose of the day. The main purpose of today is to celebrate and celebrate and celebrate. Who are we celebrating? Celebrating the nurses. And this year, the theme for 2021 resource is Nurses, a Voice to Lead, a Vision for Future Health Care. But this year, we are celebrating it a little bit different because of what we are facing globally, the pandemic. We have a problem. COVID-19 infections and deaths among nurses and other healthcare workers is alarming. But let me get to the gist of the matter. International Nurses Day is celebrated around the world every May 12th, the anniversary of Florence Nightingale's birth. The International Council of Nurses commemorates this important day each year under an identified theme, and the national nursing associations have an important role to play in informing, advising, encouraging, and supporting nurses in their work. National Nurses Association continue to work with governments and others to strengthen health system and create the conditions necessary to maximize the contribution of nurses. We might be aware that International Nurses Day is celebrated throughout the world during the month of May, especially around the 12th, something as South Africans have not actually inculcated into our health calendars. We might be aware that South Africa is not actually celebrating it. South Africa has not yet embraced this important day after so many years, it being celebrated by many so far. But it depends on the appetite of the department to join or not to join. That is the problem that we're still facing as a country. Sometimes confusing celebrations emerge, like Nurses' Prayer Day, etc. One just images imagines what happens to countries that has no NNAs that are affiliated to ICN. Nurses are not celebrated for sure. The International Council of Nurses, ICN, has celebrated this day since 1965. In January 1974, 12 May was chosen to celebrate the day as it is the anniversary of the birth of Florence Nightingale. As of 1998, 8 May was designated as Annual National Students Nurses Day. In the United States, National Nurses Week was first observed from 11 to 16 October 1954 in honor of the 100th anniversary of Florence Nightingale's mission to Crimea. In 1990, the American Nurses Association expanded the holiday into the current National Nurses Week, celebrated from the 6th May to 12 May. In 1997, at the request of the National Student Nurses Association, the American Nurses Association designated 8 May as National Student Nurses Day. In 2003, the American Nurses Association designated the Wednesday within National Nurses Week as National School Nurse Day. The National Association of School Nurses, however, claims that National School Nurse Day has been recognized since 1972. All of the above proves that nurses have always been hard at work, fighting for recognition by head of states, a thing that Africa does not feature in the contest for their recognition. It is one thing to absorb the status quo or start to set up the agenda for the future by making our own inputs in our respective countries to be recognized. For example, celebrating for the rest of the month of May, because what I was saying, I was just showing when this day have started and culminated into what it is today. So maybe we should dedicate the month of May as the Nurses Month. This history shows how important nurses are to the health system. They are sometimes called the backbone, the heartbeat, and they are really called the brain of the health system. But what is still relevant today is what happened during the war, which resonates so well with where we find ourselves today. It was the soldiers in Crimea that initially named her the Lady with the Lamp. I'm talking about Florence Nightingale. Because of the reassuring sight of her carrying around a lamp to check on the sick and wounded during the night. And the title remained with her until today. It is the soldiers who named her. Florence Nightingale contributed a lot to the nursing profession. He wrote many books. I can't mention them. It is stated that there are about plus minus 200 of them. But what he was stressing, Florence Nightingale, he was stressing hygiene, sanitation, fresh air, proper lighting, a good diet, warmth, quietness, and attentiveness where necessary for the improvement of the patients that she was caring for. And it resonates very well today with where we are with the pandemic. The same thing that Florence Nightingale is still very relevant today. Washing of hands, social distancing, and so on and so on. Taken for granted today, her common sense advice helped transform hospitals from death houses to sanctuaries of care. This work quickly became a classic introduction to nursing and has remained in publication to the present day. Through her work and her school, as I said, she wrote many publications, amongst them the reports on hospitals, on sanitation, and some notes to the number of around 200 books. But at the end of her life, Florence Nightingale said, "May we hope that when we are all dead and gone, Leaders will arise who have been personally experienced in the hard practical work, the difficulties and the joys of organizing nursing reforms, and who will lead far beyond anything we have done. Her words prepare nurses to contribute to the reforms that take place in their lifetime. That is the purpose we are meeting today, that he wished that after her death, we will continue to celebrate the nurses. And I think that is the reason, the purpose, why we are gathered today. We're still continuing her legacy to celebrate the nurses. Coming back home, Florence Nightingale is joined by several of her colleagues whose birthdays also fall on the 12th of May. I'm talking about the nurses. We would like to wish them well and a happy birthday, that they can see more blessed days, contribute more to the profession by emulating their predecessor. If we carefully follow the themes under which ICN celebrated the day, taking it from the year 2000, one realizes the following, that from 2000, just to show the purpose and the importance of nurses, is that from 2000 to 2002, ICN and the nurses, they were talking about the huge presence of nurses in facilities, also working for communities. They are closer to their communities. But from 2004 to 2007, they were talking about nurses fighting HIV and AIDS, tackling issues of safety and personal protective equipment. In 2008 to 2010, they were talking about nurses leading the provision of quality healthcare. 2011 to 2013, nurses were still talking about nurses closing the health provision gap by collecting evidence and the achievement of the MDGs. From 2014 to 2018, they were still talking about leading change and their voice in the health through leadership. And recently in 2019, it was nurses a voice to lead health for all, as if they were foreseeing what we'll be faced with in 2020. And in 2020, the theme for that year was a voice to lead nursing the world to health. Indeed, in the midst of the pandemic, I think the theme resonated very, very well. And now where we are nursing, we are looking into the future. What then should we do and face as the nurse? Let me end by saying that adopting a new normal will have devastating effects on the lives and livelihoods alike, which will require several stakeholders to work together. Even more challenging is the emergence of vaccine nationalism that we are faced, vaccine imperialism, vaccine industrialism, corruption not excluded. So in the midst of that, the nurses still provide the best that they could still provide. So our purpose today is to encourage them just to hold on and continue to do the good work that they are doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manamela, for those encouraging words. Indeed, today it's about us thanking the nurses for the good work well done. It is not always that nurses' work it's put out there to say you are doing the best and saving the nations of the world. Indeed, Florence Nightingale was like somehow, Mr. Manamela, I don't know whether I should say she was a prophet. She could see things before they happen. In a statement, before cholera took place, she spoke about it and said that if all the bunnies that was used to nurse whoever is in the hospitals and in the prisons and be taken to solve the issues of sewage that was running the streets of London at that time, then the problem would then be solved. And this problem is still sitting with us today. We are sitting with waste that is all over the place. We are sitting with sewage that is spilling all over the place. And yet, we expect communities to be healthy. And it is the job of a nurse to ensure that people are nursed to safe environments. And the safe environment that we can talk about is where people are residing, and thus prevention becomes important. Having said so, I would like to call the leader of DINOSA, President Simon Hlongwane, to come and give us an address and talk to the nurses of our country and the world who may be on social media. President, the stage is yours.
Program Director, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to address this event that is so prestigious, an event to celebrate the noble profession within the health fraternity. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Dr. Joe Phaahla, whom I know has connected virtually and will be representing the Ministry of Health, as the Minister of Health is currently held up in cabinet commitment. I do know that the Chief Nursing Officer, Dr. Nhlanhla Makhanya, had anticipated to join as well this event. I can say in absentia, but she had intended to join virtually, hoping she has. The CEO and the Registrar of the Nursing Council, Mayor Sizeni Mchunu, in absentia, but I think she committed to join us virtually. I must acknowledge as well the presence of the Second Deputy President of ICN, Mayor Thembeka Gwagwa, the former leadership of DINOSA, Mr. Mafalo, Mayor Matebeni, in our midst, the leadership, national leadership of DINOSA, who are the national office bearers, the provincial leadership of DINOSA, in all the 9 provinces as they are connected, members of DINOSA who have managed to connect virtually, and those who are on live streaming or either on social platforms, or social media platforms, all nurses of South Africa and the world who have managed to join us in this event. I am aware that the General Secretary of the PSCBC and the Chairperson of the PSCBC have also connected. I acknowledge their presence. I must as well acknowledge the presence of joining us virtually, PSI in France, and I must say that they are live streaming this event for all the platforms globally. We have Mr. Baba Aye, who have made sure that they join, but also live stream it for all the platforms of the Public Service International. To you all, allow me to say, Nzamilosa. Also, please do allow me to say, Happy Nurses Day. Because this day is prestigious to us as a fundamental date in which we commemorate the work and the impact in which nurses are making throughout the world. Indeed, today marks the International Nurses Day, which is the date of birth of Florence Nightingale, and has been chosen by the ICN to be the date in which we celebrate this day globally. So we are joining as DINOSA, the rest of the world nurses, in commemorating this day under the following theme: Nurses, a voice to lead, a vision for the future. The theme itself speaks volumes. It reminds us that if we are as nurses not elevating our voices, the future will be doomed. We must always remember that nurses are fundamental for the delivery of health. They can reach 80% of the world population at the closest of their own rural homes, even in difficult circumstances. Indeed, COVID-19, this pandemic, has changed the world and the way we live, the way we socialize, the way we work, the way we interact with each other, and the way we deliver nursing care. It has raised the visibility of nurses like never before, and it underlined that nurses are indispensable to the healthcare and are indeed the backbone of every health services. We are, in fact, fundamentally the last line of defense to any health crisis in the world. It has demonstrated itself last year since the beginning of the pandemic. Nurses are on the front line, and they were always on the front line during this pandemic. They are working to educate, to prevent, to treat, and to care for people with compassion, care, resilience, creativity, and great leadership skills. Tragically, many nurses sacrificed their very own lives. We all know many nurses have died, even in our own country. They have faced violence, they have faced abuse, and they have continued to work, and sometimes without adequate protection in terms of PPE, and in some instances without decent pay. They have been separated from their families, from their loved ones, and praised as heroes. But nurses are also human. They are not angels or superheroes. They have the same needs and rights as everyone else. The impact of COVID-19 affected nurses badly too. Some of our family members lost their jobs, thus they now depend on us for food. We spend more for public transport to and from work from the lockdown time, since the fares were increased from that time. We haven't received risk allowance or danger allowance. We still cannot afford to buy houses, yet we do not qualify for RDP houses. Our children do not qualify for NFSAS, yet we cannot afford to pay for their tuition. We pay the 15% increase on electricity costs from the little salary that we did not get an increase on in the year 2020-2021. Indeed, nurses are also human. The medical aid increase that was effected in January 2021, it reduces our little disposable income. As the price of bread, tomatoes, and other basic food items increases, it all hits hard on us as it shrinks the affordability of our pockets. Yes, we are skilled, we are knowledgeable, we are highly educated professionals who provide people-centered, holistic care throughout the life journey. But still, we are humans. We have learned a great deal from this pandemic, and we owe it to those nurses who have died, to the society at large, to build on the lesson we have learned. We need to reset our health system and our societies so that they work to address inequalities between different groups in communities, men and women, young and the old, the rich and the poor, the healthy and the unhealthy, those with different abilities, and those in minority and also majority communities. We need an equilibrium as the human race. ICN has today released a report of a survey conducted during the pandemic in about 105 countries, including South Africa. The survey found that just under 40% of 105 countries that were surveyed have their country's chief nursing officer sitting at the highest decision-making intervention structures to resolve crises like COVID-19. Whereas of the 28% of the countries reported non-existence of the chief nursing officers in their country. We do know in our country that we have a federal-like states or mini states in the form of provinces. Where you have one province, there is a chief nursing officer. In one province, there's just a director who is not for nursing, but because you are a nurse, you are then made to do a working, to be used to do some working-related issues. Our call as DINOSA is that we need the chief nursing officer at national to be supported by chief nursing officers from the provinces. In that way, we will have a coherent approach in dealing with nursing crisis in order to address the health challenges that we have in our country. Furthermore, the report found that specialized nurses in infection prevention and control are less involved in decision-making teams, with only 44% of countries indicating their involvement, which is a very missed opportunity. It means we have the skills, the qualifications, but we are underutilizing what we have within our disposal as countries. The report also found that COVID-19 has resulted in severe disruption of healthcare services in various critical areas. And namely, it's about 70% of the reduction in community routine vaccination, where we have always been vaccinating the children and many other vaccinations. There is a decrease of 70%. 69% reduction in non-communicable diseases. We all know those chronic people, mostly the elderly. This reduction of 69% is alarming and scary. We will have a crisis that is created by a crisis within the pandemic. 61% reduction in the treatment for mental health disorders. I think we have heard in several times. 55% reduction in cancer diagnosis and treatment. 46% reduction in malaria diagnosis and treatment. 42% in reduction in TB detection and treatment. This is scary statistics. 28 million routine surgeries were canceled just within the past year and during the time of this service being conducted. This drastic reduction in various services is due largely to reprioritization and redeployment of healthcare workers from these services areas in order to fight COVID-19. We call on the South African government to put a clear strategy to address the gradual disruption that COVID-19 is causing on the country's health system. If we do not have a strategy, we will find ourselves battling to control TB, having children non-immunized, having many people dying from chronic diseases. Therefore, that's why it's important that we call upon our government to work out the strategy. And we are available to engage, to discuss, and make sure that these matters are then sorted out properly. At the core of this disruption is the underutilization of nursing skills and experience at the high decision-making echelons of many countries' healthcare systems, despite the reality that the healthcare system globally are driven by majority healthcare professionals, in particular nurses. The NOSA is concerned that South Africa's picture is not different to the findings of the ICN report, and that the country is sitting at a ticking time bomb as the effects of these reductions will further compound and worsen to a point where healthcare system won't be able to respond adequately. This will have negative impact on the economy, since both the economy and health are interlinked. A healthy economy requires a healthy nation. The survey report recommends, for example, that building up an innovative and nurse-led model of care, involvement of chief nursing officers and experienced specialized nurses, including expansion of frontline services, particularly primary health care, will bring about universal health coverage. The report also recommends that maintaining the adequate levels of nursing staff and supporting facilities with sufficient resources will solve about half the battle, because nurses account for 80% of the contact between patients and healthcare professionals. The NOSA believes that South Africa can learn greatly from these recommendations, as it is currently in the red zone. Instead of expanding its healthcare staffing with nurses, it is cutting further down. We all know that in South Africa, there has been a reduction of the intake of nurses or students who are going to train to be nurses. Even when they complete, some of them do not get retained to be employed within services. Instead of increasing its spending in health, South Africa has relegated to position number 4 in the recent budget allocation, which is a misnomer coming from the previous years, where health budget was number 2 in terms of the allocation. South Africa is in a better position to be able to change its dangerous route. There are still nurses who are qualified and young and willing to work in South Africa, but they are still sitting at home without jobs. There are nurses who have recently qualified after completing their community service and who could still be absorbed, but currently they are sitting at home. Failure to follow these recommendations, however, will prove that the country has truly abandoned the national health insurance ideal as South Africa's form of universal health coverage. We urge government to realize that clinics and hospital buildings are meaningless without the staff that works in them. Public service is meaningless without the public servants. You cannot deliver any service whatsoever. You need nurses to scale up vaccination against COVID-19. In order for our country to reach the rural areas, where in some areas, some villages, they only receive one mobile clinic once per month. We need to change that misnomer. If you are to reach out to the communities and give vaccination, You need nurses and the mobile clinics that will be available, not once a month, but many times a week, in order to achieve vaccination as we desired. Therefore, we call upon government to address the severe disruptions in the country's health system in order to realize the NHI in our lifetime. And I want to repeat this. We call upon government to address the severe disruptions on the country's health systems in order to realize NHI in our lifetime. We need national health insurance. Today, we are appreciating the nurses of South Africa who were there when it was difficult, who were there when it was scary, who were there when they did not know whether they will leave their homes for the last time, when many of their colleagues died, when many of their colleagues became patients under their care. They still continued to take care, and many of them have turned COVID-19 positive. Some survived. When your colleague dies, you begin to think, am I going to be next? Or the question you are having is to say, when am I going to be next? But nurses still woke up and went to work on a daily basis. These are the nurses that we appreciate. There are many millions of babies that were born, and mothers were assisted by nurses globally. Today, we celebrate that. We celebrate the nurses who have taken care of the wounds of the patients in the hospital and ultimately got healed and went back home. We celebrate all those nurses who took care of patients that were in the cardiac catheterization laboratory, who got in the hospital sick with chest pains, but they walked out of the hospital a healthy human beings. With that, South Africa, DINOSA says, enjoy International Nurses Day. Today is our day. We remember the good and the impact we have made to the humanity globally. On that note, Program Director, I wish to say, ndakensa, ngiyaleboga, ndiyabulela, ngiyabonga, ndolibuwa, bayadanki. I thank you very much. May we all enjoy this day as our greatest day ever. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, President Hlongwane, for urging government in South Africa to put more focus on resolving the system problems that we are faced with in health services, but as well putting nurses at the center for quality health care, in particular for the future. President, next on our program, we needed to take a few seconds. We require the technical team to please flight. We are having the minister, the Deputy Minister of Health, Joe Pasha, representing the minister. President, the Deputy Minister's credentials are as follows. Dr. Pasha has been appointed as the Deputy Minister of Health from May 25, 2014 to date. He has served as the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture from 2010 to 2014. He has served as the Deputy Minister of Rural Development and Land Reforms from 11 May 2009 to October 2010. He has been sworn as a member of parliament in 2009. He headed the ANC presidency for coordinating the office of the president and the deputy president, the national chairperson during the election campaign in 2008 to 2009. He has been elected to the National Executive Committee of the ANC from 2007 to 2017. He is the former Director General of 2010 FIFA World Cup Government Coordinating Unit, 2005 to 2008, the CEO of SA Sports Commission, which was overall coordination of regular of all the sports federation from 2000 to 2005. He has been a member of the Provincial Executive Committee in Limpopo from 1991 to 2001. He has been the MEC of Education, Sports and Culture in Limpopo Province from 1997 to the year 2000. He was the first MEC of Health for Social Development in Limpopo from 1994 to 1997. And he has qualified as the medical practitioner in 1983 at the University of Natal, and has served in several hospitals in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Limpopo. President, by so saying, we're saying we welcome the Deputy President, the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Phaahla. Can the Minister be flattered? Thank you very much.
Your call has been placed on hold. Please wait.
Good morning. I don't know whether I can be heard. Good morning. I've lost the audio. I can't hear anything. I don't know if you can hear me.
It's fine.
I've lost the audio.
You can go ahead, Minister.
Can you just check? I've unmuted, but the problem is I can't hear anything from their side.
Good morning, Minister. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Dr. Phaahla?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much, Program Director. I think the technology is not being kind to us. I hope that I can be heard, so I'll proceed assuming that I can be heard. Let me pass my greetings to you, Program Director, and to the President of DINOSA, Comrade Simon Hlongwane, and also appreciate his very informative and enlightening remarks, and say to him on behalf of DINOSA that indeed we've got the message and we undertake to work together to address the issues which he has raised. Some of those we are already raising. Pass my regards also to all the leadership of DINOSA, to Pastor Aria Hobbs, who gave us the devotion earlier on. Let me also pass my greetings to old friend, comrade, the Deputy President of the International Council of Nurses, Methembe Kwakwa, our Chief Nursing Officer, Dr. Makanya, and other officials from department, and all honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be addressing this International Nurses Day, and I want to thank DINOSA for having organized this. As a health ministry, we indeed appreciate the fact that you have invited us to take part. We also want to thank the International Council of Nurses for having selected this day many decades ago in recognition of the birthday of the doyen of nursing, Florence Nightingale, to celebrate nurses of the world. Under the theme of today, Nurses, a voice to lead, a vision for future healthcare. We indeed share in this vision. As the Ministry and Department of Health in South Africa, we have never doubted the important role of nurses in our healthcare system. That is why we have no hesitation in stating over and over again that nursing is the backbone on which our healthcare system is built. I know that some earlier speakers did comment on this, and the fact that we should look at the role of nursing far beyond just recognizing as the backbone. We are conscious of the fact that from the basic primary healthcare at our community level, our community outreach teams are all led by nurses. Our primary health clinics and community health centers, all the more than 3,500 all over the country, are managed and operated by nurses. Our outpatients departments in hospitals, casualty departments, special clinics, antenatal clinics, our labor wards are all dependent on hardworking members of DINOSA. And even our specialist services, such as oncology units, of which if you look at a unit like Charlotte Maxeke, all those complicated, administering all those complicated chemotherapy, mixtures, they are all operated by nurses. And all our tertiary specialized services depend very much on nurses for their efficiency. And we know that as a country which is also overburdened by trauma, many of these trauma units, including emergency services, depend highly on nurses over and above our paramedics. Over the last 12 years, we have made tremendous strides in the management of HIV and AIDS, rolling out the world's largest ARV treatment program. We all know that this would not have been possible without the nurse-initiated antiretroviral management of therapy, which is in short called NIMRAT. Today, we provide more than 5.5 million South Africans with this life-saving antiretroviral treatment, which are saving so many lives and supporting families. The COVID-19 pandemic, which descended on us in March 2020, is also a testament to the resilience of our nursing profession. This COVID-19 pandemic is testing our health systems to the limit. It's testing our resilience, indeed, more than anything else over the last few decades. Our health workers are in the forefront and are our front soldiers in the fight against COVID-19. And we know that the majority of these frontline workers who are our defenders and saving lives of our people, the majority, at least 56 to 60% of those are from the nursing profession. On behalf of our government, led by our President Ramaphosa, and on behalf of our people, we want to say thank you to the nursing, to all our nurses for risking your lives. And we know, as already mentioned by President Hlongwane, some of the colleagues have in the process lost their lives in defending and saving lives of the rest of the population. And we appreciate this sacrifice. We have learned many lessons together over the last 1.5 years, but unfortunately, we still cannot predict how the future is going to look like. We have gone through 2 devastating waves of COVID-19, with the last one, which took the period from November 2020 up to February, March this year, being the most devastating. The second wave, as we know, has been the most devastating. And we're still being warned of the third wave, which is on the horizon. Over the last few days, we have seen rising numbers in some provinces, especially in Gauteng, Northern Cape, the Free State, and the Northwest. So we have to remain vigilant and ready to handle this imminent third wave. It is for this reason of appreciating the pivotal role of the health workforce and led by our nurses, but we decided that when we are able to have the first batch of vaccines, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, as part of the phase 3B trial, we made sure that this is made available to the health workforce, in the majority being nurses. We know that we should have actually started with the AstraZeneca vaccine, which we had acquired 1.5 million, but because of the problems with the dominant variant, we had to resort to this phase 3 trial of J&J vaccine, but we made sure that we start with our health workforce, with the majority of them being from the nursing profession. We thank you for your cooperation in this regard. At this stage, we know that we have vaccinated more than 400,000 health workers. All those who are registered and have not yet received the vaccines will get it in the next 2 weeks. We are now in the process of completing the last 100,000 of the Sisonke vaccines, and the remaining health workers will receive the vaccines which have been procured, some of which have already been delivered from Pfizer. And in the coming week, we also expect the first batch of those, the 1 million vaccines purchased from J&J. The first of this will also, both Pfizer and the J&J procured vaccines will complete the vaccination of our frontline health workers. In the next week, we will also start to roll out to our citizens who are more than 60 years of age. As we start this real mass rollout of vaccination, we will again rely on the majority of nurses to administer these vaccines to our population. We are all crossing our fingers that the vaccines will help us prevent further hardships on our already burdened health system and also on our burdened population generally, and save lives and also save livelihoods so that people can be able to earn their living. We hope that as the vaccination program rolls out, we will be able to prevent catastrophes like we see what is happening in India, where the pandemic is raging at more than 300,000, 400,000 a day, with a huge devastation to the population and collapse of the health services. So we hope that even as the third wave is on the horizon, we hope we will be able to avert this, working together. Let us work together in mobilizing our population to be registered for the COVID-19 vaccination whenever their turn comes. There will be regular announcements indicating, as we have said currently, the registration is open for the over 60. We hope very soon we will also go to the over 40 and also frontline workers of various categories. And when these announcements are made, it's going to be important that we work together to mobilize our people and make sure that they can be registered while we're working together to administer the vaccines. I want to take this opportunity to wish you a very pleasant International Nurses Day. I hope that it will be a very successful day. We want to take this opportunity also to appreciate all those who have laid down their lives in the service of our people. May their soul rest in eternal peace. We wish you a long and healthy life as we celebrate International Nurses Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. We had an item there for rendition of a poem. However, the poet is not here. May we proceed to have the keynote address coming from this ICN CEO. May it be flighted, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Howard Catton, the CEO of the International Council of Nurses. And on behalf of the ICN President, Annette Kennedy, the whole of the ICN board, please let me extend to you their greetings on this, the occasion of the 2021 International Nurses Day. It doesn't, though, quite feel like the time to celebrate in the normal way, but rather a moment for more solemn reflection, given the huge strain and pressures that we know that nurses are under in South Africa, across the continent of Africa, right the way around the world. There's no doubt that the world has seen the true value of nursing over the last few months like never before, and not just nurses' value to our health, but to our economies, our personal liberties and freedoms, our abilities to be with and close to our family and friends. During these times, which have felt like the darkest of times, it has been nurses and nursing who have lit the way. Pandemics change the world, and this one will. It will change our societies, it will change us as individuals and our families. And that is why nurses must be absolutely central to the changes that will come after this pandemic, and why we have entitled the theme for this year's International Nurses Day, Nurses, a Voice to Lead, a Vision for Future Health Care. We've seen nurses transforming healthcare during this pandemic, and it is nurses who must be the foundation stones of our health systems after the pandemic. Nurses are not just the deliverers of care, they have to be the designers as well. This is a time for vision, for leadership, for hope. This is a time for nurses to be the voice to lead, and for the nursing vision for future healthcare to be the vision for everyone for our future health systems. Thank you for everything that you do. Please stay safe, look after each other, and happy International Nurses Day.
That was from the ICN CEO, echoing the words here today, that nurses needs to be at the forefront of healthcare delivery, not only as service providers, President, but as well as engineers, designers, policy reformers. Our voices needs to be heard in these reforms, because currently we seems to be struggling in terms of that. There's too much nursing research done. However, the question becomes, is it integrated in the policies of government? Maybe as nursing, we need to look at that so that the voice of nursing can be out there, President. President, next on our program is the panelists' discussion. We had envisaged to have Dr. Makhanya here. Unfortunately, she could not be here. It's the CNO, as well as the Registrar of Council, Ms. Sizom Nkunu, and Professor Mlaudzi. She's held up President Ken, but however, we can still have the discussions proceeding. We have the Deputy President of ICN as one of the panelists. Mr. Mbega Kwaka, will you kindly ascend to the stage and take a seat? The second person that needs to ascend to the stage is Mr. Mabelebele. Okay, there will be ascending soon. There's a technical issue that needs to be dealt with. The third speaker on the lineup would be Mr. Manamela. Should be ascending to the stage to discuss the topic. Our topic today is the impact of nursing science in the era of the COVID pandemic. Yeah.
conducted?
Huh?
How is going to be
I
conducted?
don't know how, maybe.
Thank you very, very much, colleagues, for your patience. As earlier indicated, we've got the ICN Deputy President, Mr. Mbeka Gwaga, on as a panelist, Mr. Nathaniel Mabelebele as a student. We have Mr. Manamela, as well as the former President of Tinosa, President Mafalo, and a curationist board member. Colleagues on social media, we request that you can ask us any question that you may have that relates to the discussions of today. Please send them on our Zoom, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, Twitter timelines. Thank you very much. Interesting topic indeed, the impact of nursing science in the era of the pandemic. I don't know where to start, but I suppose I should start with the ICN Deputy President. Say, ma'am, at a glance, give us the, what is being the, the contribution of nursing in relation to this pandemic.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for your question. And actually, for the topic as a whole, because for me, it blends so much well with the theme of the day, which is nurses, a voice to lead. What are we leading? Leading a vision for future healthcare. And having said so, we all know that nursing is considered as an art and a science, wherein caring forms the theoretical framework of nursing. Nursing and caring are grounded in a relational understanding, unity, and connection between the professional nurse and the patient. We are now in an era of pandemic. I have just designed how nursing is considered. And for me, if we say nursing is considered as a science, and we all know the importance of science. For an example now, when everybody was talking about the vaccination, who were leading that debate globally and inside the country. And I was so happy that our scientists in this country are now even recognized internationally because of the role they played. Now, bring that to us, to our profession. Where are the nurse scientists? What role did they play in this whole saga of the pandemic, the vaccination? I was kind of following the discussions, but to me, we were very, very, very silent. And yet, as the theme says, we are to lead. We are to lead. And therefore, for me, that's the importance of us in this profession having to come together. Because we have got different interests in this profession of ours. There are those that are interested in the well-being of a nurse. And we we call them, those are the trade unionists that they will fight for our conditions of service. They're also playing a very, very important role. Because for you to render the care, you need to be happy, you need to be comfortable. But also, we need scientists, we need academics, because they are the ones that are going to do the research that is going to enable us to lead into the future healthcare services. And to me, that's what is still lacking in our profession. We still work in silos. There isn't this connectedness of who we are, where our interests are. For me, guys, we need to promote that. Otherwise, we will go, we'll always come and lament. We are not respected, we are not heard, and whatever, without necessarily looking at ourselves. How are we conducting ourselves? Where are we taking our profession to? Thank you very much. You know I can talk a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manamela, taking from what the previous speaker has indicated, that there seems to be parallel processes instead of converging. And there's this lull of silence of our scientists particularly when it came to this pandemic. What would be your view or your stance from Dinosa?
Yeah, I think.
Yes, sir, you are.
All right. Yeah, I think the previous speaker is really correct, because we were also concerned about the mutism that seems to have appeared during the pandemic. Asking ourselves, nursing is a science, where are the scientists, and so on and so on. Because our view was that these little things that we don't really consider them very critical, I think they are to us as a science. Because like the Deputy Minister was saying, nurses are found everywhere. And they are with the patient all the time, 24 hours. As a science, are we really recording everything that we're doing with the patient? Because we need to know the experiences of these nurses that are there with the patient, especially during this pandemic. What are their experiences? Because that is very, very important. Because like the minister has said, in all settings in the hospital, there is a nurse there, 24 hours. But now, if we can take a little pause and say, all right, from the nursing perspective, what are our experiences during the pandemic? Because it's like the view, if you look into the media generally, it is like science, let me use, scientists are doctors. They're the ones who are providing a direction. Where are the nurses who are there on a daily basis to say, myself, my experience with these patients, from this period to this period, what I've experienced is that these are the things that I think we should consider as scientists, to try and reduce mortality, hospital stay, and all that, because that is very important to our science as nursing. So I think the previous speaker really covered me very well when he said, our theoretical framework prepares us very well. We are indoctrinated very well as a profession, where, yes, we went to war without having to ask, where are the weapons? We just went into war. because we are scientists. We know exactly what is it that we're supposed to do. But that documentation and that experience, I think we need it, so that this experience is not lost. This might not be the first and the last pandemic that we have. So in future, because the themes prepares us for the future. It's talking about the future. So in future, if we experience this type of a thing, how are we going to use this science? Because nursing is evolving. It's an evolving profession. So yeah, I think that will be my take for now, Program Director. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. President Mafalo, what would you be your view in terms of the posture that nursing scientists in this country have to take in relation to the challenges that is being raised by the two colleagues?
Thank you, Program Director. It is quite obvious in the country we are living that the medical practice has taken a dominant and a monopoly in this field, and nurses relegated at the far back seat when it comes to a theme under discussion. Quite agreeing with the previous speakers, but I just wanted to highlight the issue that touched my heart during the time I was in practice. And as a nurse activist, it worried me a lot. One, when a nurse tried to advance promoting the nursing profession, which was done even during the previous order, the old nurses were promoting professional practice, a scientific way of doing nursing care. They were advancing that, but the politicians were a serious barrier because their view is not to develop a nurse practitioner who would be defined the way my previous colleagues have said, who would come and make a serious contribution towards situations like pandemic. A pandemic that has just erupted when most of us were unaware, and we needed a nurse who would come and make a lot of impact towards dealing with a situation like this. I was trained by a Class A scientist, the late Liana Ace, who once said, Ephraim, I would want to develop nurses in advanced nursing practice. So you go into nursing and change and make a contribution towards curriculum change that will suit the contemporary situation and even into the future. And that is where I realize it is true what my colleagues have said. But you will be surprised if today a contemporary politician and with a nursing, a health practice, health knowledge, would say we don't need a nurse who's advanced in nursing. We don't need a practitioner, a nurse practitioner trained in a university. Shocking, it's shocking. Now, how would then South Africa develop with a nurse at a minimal level who can contribute to advance the Minister of Health, whoever, whether a nurse or a medical practitioner? That nurse is empty, has not been developed, because a contemporary politician says, we don't need that kind of a thing. We need a spanner handler, one who would take a spanner and give it to the other monopolizing practitioner. It is hurting. If I were to respond to your question, We need to start there. But look how defiant a white nurse has been to a politician, a white politician. But look how a black nurse silently look at the current black politician, does not challenge him and say, no, we need, and we will defy you. We will defy you and go and practice a nurse. That is at the university and will come with influence the Minister of Health in the direction that is required. We need a nurse who would challenge a practitioner, a health practitioner, a medical practitioner who interferes with the drawing the working schedules of a nurse. The working schedule that would suit the nursing practice, the nursing science that she acquired. But if she has not acquired that knowledge, she would agree and silently accept what the medical practitioner is telling. I'm not politicizing this, but I'm saying politics is the right way we could enter into it, and let's defy them. Once a nurse and always a nurse. That's how I feel. But if you silently accept everything that they tell you, you'll never reach that level. Now, this is political grandstanding. They say, we acknowledge you. You are frontliners. You are soldiers. It bluffs your thinking. And you say, oh, no, we are recognized. That's not recognition. But professional recognition would train you in the university, and then you go and change the programs and influence policy development, influence programs that will suit the contemporary pandemics. In short, that's what I'm saying.
Wow. Student, Mr. Mabelebe. President Mafalo just highlighted the challenges that nurses face, and specifically spoke about the politics trying to drive the profession and professionals being silent and afraid of challenging the status quo. What has been the experience of students, particularly in this pandemic? What has been the level of support that students experienced in terms of clinical practice as well as academic support?
Thank you very much. I think first of all, it is important to say that what the previous speakers have said start from the basic level, which is nursing education. Getting into the experience of student nurses, the only response that you can get is that a lot of iniquities have been exposed by the pandemic itself, because you find that some institutions had to close because we had to adjust to new methods of teaching and learning. That talks to the technological advancements that we need within the nursing education field, so that we are able to move with the times and adjust with whatever problems come to us. And you'd find that there is a debate between the nursing education institutions and government itself on who then must protect students when they are out in the workplace, because we must know that nursing education includes practice as well. So as student nurses are within the clinical area, who is responsible for the student nurses? Who has to provide personal protective equipment? Who is supposed to provide guidance within the clinical workplace? So which speaks also to clinical facilitators. What is the ratio currently? And is that ratio of a student or of a facilitator to a student, is that enough? Does it cover? And the other experience that you would have is that students are fearful because the pandemic found us in a case where we are entering a casualization of the nursing profession. What I mean by that is that we are getting into a point where professional nurses are no longer absorbed into the system. That is the trend that is developing lately. You get a 6 months COVID contract or whatever month contract to practice, and you still have to go to the streets so that you can talk about or force yourself to be absorbed into the system to work as a nurse. So those are the challenges that the pandemic found us in, if I am to answer that question. And the introduction of the new funding model itself has created a certain dynamic where you'd find that you will have high levels of absenteeism. Those high levels of absenteeism comes with the fact that whatever package that is being given does not fully cover what the student has to go through on a daily, your transportation to the workplace, buying of uniform and so forth. So these inequities, the funding model, the new funding model, creates inequities between a university student and a college student, because you'd find that a college student gets the same package as the university student, but it is not distributed the same way. And that in itself creates the inequity that is there within nursing education. I think, yeah, that would be it.
Interesting views coming out, but I like what the student has indicated, to say probably the challenge starts at the basic level of training. Are we, and this question is for everyone, because in terms of nursing education, you're not only producing a practitioner, you're producing a practitioner that is supposed to be evidence-based when they are nursing a patient. You're producing a practitioner that should be patient-centered and community-oriented when you send them out there. Are we preparing our students to be all-round nurses that can be scientists, practitioners, advocates, as well as activists, colleagues? Can we, and I see a hand coming from the student.
I think we, in some way, going backward, because when you look at the current conditions, we seem to forget that we still have the burden of disease. And we are treating the curriculum change in a certain way that we are avoiding that part, because you would have a professional nurse and midwife. And we forget that a psychiatric nurse must exist and that a community nurse must exist. We forget those kinds of things because we are creating a situation where we are taking away the comprehensive program, and now we want to create, a special ladders to be able to be in a specific program. So we are not creating all-rounder nurses. We are creating bits and pieces, so meaning that you will take much more time to become the complete all-rounder nurse, comprehensive. I think that is where we're going in terms of the curriculum and whether we are creating a comprehensive or an all-rounder of a nurse.
President, ICN, are you in agreement with this statement? To say what we are producing is fragments of what a nurse is supposed to be?
For me, the curriculum of nursing education should be informed by the needs of the community. Worldwide, nursing curricula are not the same. We should not intend when we transform for the sake of transforming. you transform, like what the program director has said, or was it you, Gwena, to meet what are the contemporary changes that has happened. Therefore, we also fit so that change, so that we make sure that we are in line with the broader changes that are taking place at that particular time. Now, coming to what kind of a nurse do we produce? Is it a comprehensive? Is it like, for an example, because this thing is historical. Nursing curriculum has been changing. If, for an example, you are to look at the person who was trained during my time, you were trained as a general nurse for 3 years, then you do midwifery. Then these other ones, community health psychiatrists, they were then a specialization after you had done your general nursing, whatever. You see, for me, we are to say the burden of diseases now, the kind of situation we are in, what kind of a nurse do we need? And that's where comes to me the unity that I was talking about. Because at the end of the day, who will then change the curriculum? It will be the regulatory board, our South African Nursing Science Council. When they do that, whom do they get the views from? And for me, because nurses in South Africa, we are highly organized. If I am to compare us with nurses of other countries. But the challenge, precisely because we are highly organized, that then becomes a barrier for us to be effective, because we then work in silos. We don't say when we are faced with something that is going to impact negatively to nursing and the healthcare services, we then say, let us come together. Because the disadvantage of being organized in different organizations is that the likelihood of seeing it change the same way it is likely. Therefore, you need somebody who's going to say, now this is what is facing all of us. Maybe you, Dinosa, you might have looked at things different, and therefore what you inform your position will be based on what is happening within, and then somebody else. But certainly we must come together and say, what is going to be the popular view? And that popular view is informed by what? I think for me, that's what we need to do. Otherwise, nursing is evolving, guys. There'll always be changes. But how then do we nurture these changes? How do we make sure that when those changes come, they don't divide us further? Because once you are divided, whoever that is making changes, he'll do as he or she wishes. And we therefore come later when something has been done wrongly, we then say, whereas these things were happening in front of our eyes, but we let, you know that thing of coming together and say, this come at me, this affects, the profession, and therefore to hell whether you are belonging to different whatever, but this is called to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. President Mafalo, the importance of the Quad, emanating from what the ICN president is indicating. How important is that to ensure that we elevate nursing science in health in particular, but as well we bring up new nurses that are sharp in terms of research, practice, education, and outreach. Then I would also request Mr. Manamela to respond to that, and I will open to colleagues that are willing to ask questions to the panel after that.
Thank you, Program Director, once more. I need not become personal, but let me just give an example, emerging from the view as one of our colleagues in the panel said, in perspective of a student, I might not have got impressed how South Africa developed a nurse, a general nurse, a midwife, a community nurse. I'm just giving that as an example. I'm not talking about Mr. Manamela. and then at the same time, you have got psychiatry. 5 bars on your shoulder. That might have created an impression that you are a highly educated person. Highly educated person. But if you look at how medicine developed, they went to a school for 6 or 7 years. Now they went to medical practice, did that. Then one came as a specialist in gynecology. That one came as a specialist, scientific here, a psychiatrist. One emerged from basic to a dentist. The other one came up and they developed those fields, and all of them are specialized. They are scientists in those areas. But the nurse carries all those bars, but he is none of the specialists in that area. Then when I trained, I did general nursing. Immediately I said, I'm not impressed with all this. Then I went for psychiatry. Then I said, I'm not interested in midwifery. I went for training as a nurse educator in the university and up to master's level. Now, the younger ones were carrying more bars. They say, they used to call me principal, because I was an educator than a principal. Why are you having 2 bars? I said, that is my wish. But I wanted to specialize in advanced nursing science, psychiatry. Then I become a master of that field. Now, if you talk about a all-rounder, do we imply that we carry all these bars, but none of them is being used when you make a special choice? I have no problem if South Africa is changing that. And I'm not saying they must do as doctors did. But I want to anchor on the point of developing a scientific nurse who is proud of a specific specialty and does that. But we're worried about you must be able to go all that way and be able to show that you are advanced. I am saying, this is what I did, and it was my preference. And if I was having an influence, I would have perhaps influenced South Africa to think that way. Then we cut this lot more that do not benefit. Some would say, I'm very critical of a good nursing framework, but there's a time that has come for us to change. I'm no longer in practice, but I'm glued in this. I'm following exactly, and I'm impressed. Somewhere I'm not impressed. I may not influence them, but today I'm making this comment that what's the use of having all these epaulets that you can't even use one? And the next time you get out of nursing, you go to private practice. Private non-nursing, of course, then you leave them at home for having spent a number of years. But scientific knowledge, let's work hard and specialize on it and know exactly what we do. If I make this contribution, Manamela, make a contribution, like doctors are doing. And I'm not detailed about that, but I'm just saying that model perhaps was designed by the most knowledgeable medical practitioners who realized they would not grab all that and become scientists of specific practice. That's how I view it, my sister.
Thank you. Mr. Manamela, any views?
Yeah, no, I think we may need more summits, we may need more mahotlas to discuss the thing. I think the last time we had a summit is 10 years ago. And I think there is a need now that we need to come together. Let me bring this other discussion I think that is there, not only in South Africa, I think, but globally, that other countries like South Africa, we might not have the luxury of having a nurse who's looking only, let me just give an example, midwifery. Because there is this discussion that we need to open up and discuss at some stage as a country, whether midwifery should go alone and then nursing should go the other direction. But the other discussions are say you might not have a luxury of taking that nurse deep into the rural area who's not comprehensive. Because somebody of that nature to say, wherever we throw that person should be able to take care of everything. But like the President Mafalo said, specializing in nothing. And it creates a confusion where now we have to go into a transition. And when you look at the value of what you acquired throughout the years, you put it on the scale, it gives you nothing. You have to start from the beginning for you to get into a university. That is, I think that transition, we need to manage it. Because I know myself, I trained, I got out with 3 bars. And then it take you into a coalition with your colleagues. You're called comms. What is that? Macomo or something like that. Let me just use that word. You're called Macomo. Because the previous ones, they were trained and they were going out with a midwifery. Whether those who went out with a midwifery were the best, whether those who went with 3 bars were best, but if you both look at them, you put them at the scale, now transisting into the new curriculum, looking at the legacy qualifications, then I think that is why I say we need Mahotlas, we really need some of the summits that we need to really rediscuss these matters.
Thank you, Mr. Manamela. Colleagues, we seem to be having the panel agreeing that there are indeed challenges in terms of nursing science and its impact generally, colleagues. That one, it has to do with how we allow politicians to direct the course of the profession. But secondly, it has to do with how nurses on their own can't challenge the status quo. Thirdly, it has to do with the divisions that are within the nursing profession. We seem not to be seeing things the same, or even if we see them the same, we choose to implement them diversely. Thirdly, it has to do with what Mr. Manamela refers as legacy, what we inherited from apartheid. The qualifications that we are having on our shoulders, it's the inheritance of the 1978 Act of Nursing. So those are the challenges. I am going to open now to the floor and say, colleagues, any of you who's willing to communicate. I'm taking 3 hands. I see 1 hand at the back, 1, 2. There's 2 there. There's 3 and 4. Okay, I'll take 5 hands, it's fine. Number 1.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Lituva Tswane, nurse in Jimmy Stein Hospital. You know, this topic of nursing science, during this pandemic, it is so sad from what we have observed, and I can say, during COVID, nursing was not science at all. Let me just indicate 3 things. We've got infection control nurses, we've got occupational health and science, occupational health and safety, and nursing. During COVID, there was no voice for the 2 departments. And Tembeka Kwakwa, I think, infection control nurses were reporting to ICN, if I'm not wrong. What I'm proposing now, from what I saw in more than 5 hospitals, especially in Ekurhuleni, where even Tembisa Hospital was much affected. These nurses were not, I can't say they were not allowed. Number one, the COVID commanding teams was politicians. And I'm saying politicians because the chief directors of the districts, whatever, even if they are doctors, when they go to the commanding team, they become politicians because the politicians, which is the premiers, they make them to think like politicians, not like doctors. If you look at the directives and the protocols that we were having as nurses, it was so sad where they were having one thing that they were calling that when nurse comes in a hospital, in a ward of COVID, there was something called donning and doffing rooms. It was on paper because the structures of the hospitals in Ekurhuleni, there was no single hospital that have a ward where you can have don and doffing. Now, the infection control nurse knew very well that this is not going to be possible to implement. When they were providing the PPEs, occupational health and safety nurses, even if they saw that this is a mask that is a fake, only unions can say this is not the correct mask. Then the reports, I was asking them, in Tembisa I went, in Tambo I went to ask occupational nurses to say, if as unions, we don't come and tell you that, here the manager is recycling a PPE, he's asking the nurses to wash a PPE. You as an occupational nurse, you have been trained to talk on behalf of safety of the workers, but you are washing a gown, you want to use it. This shows how nurses, in terms of science, they were not even listening. The clinical, there was structure that has been appointed by commanding team. They were calling it the clinical, what was that they were reporting every day. Those were the only people who decide how to procure. Even if I can tell you that the cloth that we're using as a nurses, it was of not quality. The OHS nurse cannot say anything. But the program director, here is a mistake. How did we decide in 2012 to say we need to have the nursing directorate? But the very same nursing directorate, they are the total juniors in the province. They will report to HOD or some director, the general manager, not even to an MEC, but it's a director of nursing. Because politically so, as long as South Africa itself is not prepared to say the Department of Health, it is not for politicians. The science, the nurses that are 80% in health, they are the one who must manage. But what you call a nursing service manager in hospital during COVID, they did not have a role. Everything that was done in 5 hospitals that I can tell you, it was only about the clinical managers, which were the doctors who appointed themselves from nowhere as group reporting to commanding team, but I'm so worried to say, nurses, we are suppressed to the latter in terms of science. And it must not be unions that change that. It must be us nurses. Saying nursing, it must take health.
Thank you. Number 2. Number 2. Oh, it's gone. Number 3. There's number 2. Number 2.
Observe the distance and whatnot. So my name is Hilda Raisibe Masangwa from Netcare Hospital in Montana. Number 1, I will say we are really honored to have this distinguished guest that are going to approach and teach us about all these things. But my first question is this one. When it comes to education, what I've learned is that from all the people that have laid my foundation in nursing, education is not education until it changes you as a person. So what I want to say is that what are we laying for the nurses behind or those that are going to follow us? And what are we going to do with those martyrs that have laid down their lives with this pandemic? So what I want to say is that you as the NOSA, you have been there from South African Nursing Association and then you descended to the NOSA and all that. What are you going to do to help develop the nurse? As one of the speakers has said, the economy is on our side. We cannot pay for this and that. What are you going to do to develop the nurse? And then what are you going to do to make the difference? Because we can see that the curriculum that we had before, it has never prepared us for something like this. So, like our international pioneer, Miss Nightingale, has laid a road for us. Let's improve that road by doing something different, something that is going to help our children's children and generations to come, so that we can be proud and say that DINOSA was one of the organizations, regardless of cultural diversity, regardless of educational status, it has changed the world curriculum, it has changed the role of the nurse scientifically by doing this and this and this for them. So I don't know if my question is clear.
It is clear, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 3.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Tendo Mposi, the PEC member of Gauteng Province from Central Wits region. I would like to comment from the comments that were mentioned by Comrade Kwena regarding in NQF level, old curriculum with the current curriculum, and what Mabelebele has just mentioned. I think this is a critical point that we need to talk about, to say those who did R425 and those who did a Diploma General Nursing Science, what taught us is that all of us were outdated comparing to what is being implemented today in terms of NQF level. Both of the curriculum, they were raising the issues that were there on the ground. But if you could look at the new 4-year degree that is going to be offered at university, it's coming out with midwifery. From there, after having midwifery, it will be easier for those who have just acquired the degree on the current curriculum to go and do the specialties. But if you could look at the one who have done R171 from college, I do agree with my Bilibili. This particular student is going to be delayed because after obtaining a diploma in general nursing science, the current curriculum, then the one need to go and study another 1 year midwifery, which is still going to delay. Maybe what you need to do on as DINOSA in Lekgotla, we need to sit down and make a submission to say, what about from the very same 3 years diploma, then include somewhere, somehow the credits of including midwifery, so that when they qualify, automatically after 2 years, they can also go and do the specialities. Because the issue of BAS, I can see, is being raised there and there. On the issue of discussing the impact of nursing science in the era of pandemics, I do agree with the speakers who are talking about nurses in clinical were the ones that were doing a job more. Then maybe we need to review the issues of the nursing structures in the institutions. Maybe most of the budgets that were being invested in the nurse managers, we need to maybe include them in ensuring that there's a lot of support and ensuring that there's more of nurses in the units. Because we have seen it with the pandemics, once more or 3 nurses affected, it was a chaos in many wards. But irrespective of that, our nurses managed to continue working in those institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 4, it's you, Thabo. Number 4 is here.
Okay, thank you very much, esteemed guest. My name is Mohamuti Seleke, and I'm also the PEC member of DINOSA in Gauteng. My input to the discussion would be that the problems of nursing did not start during the pandemic. And I think it would be wrong of us to only address the problem of nursing in relation to the pandemic. We should go deeper to where the problem lies in this particular profession. And I would say, in my own view, the problems of nursing, putting the college outside now, putting in the profession as a profession, they start in the ward. Where now, when you have to, in the consultation room, where you have to have your opinion as a nurse, and we have relatively few doctors who take your opinion as a nurse to the lab. We have very few nurses, few doctors who do that. In a multidisciplinary team, also, you as a nurse, you just go to present the patient there, and you keep quiet throughout. The social workers, the OTs, and others will be making inputs, and your input, if you make that particular input, it's not taken into consideration. There's a document that we write called the cardiacs. The only time that the cardiacs get to be read, it is when you are at sunk or when you are in danger. That's where the cardiacs get to be read. We write that particular cardiacs for no one. Doctors, when they come, they don't go through the cardiacs, and they write the cardiacs in that particular cardiacs. That's why you write everything, but the doctors don't go there. So I'm saying the problem of nurses begin at the ward level, and there is no deliberate intention to attack or to attend that particular problem at that particular time. But again, it then translates into salaries of that particular thing. On all DT participants there, I think nurses are the lowest earning. And how do we expect that people who are high earning to respect somebody who's earning peanuts at a particular thing? Because it has a bearing in that particular thing. I think that is the only thing. The other thing that I want to put to this particular panel is that nursing does have brains. There are people who can think in nursing. But I don't think we do have much platforms. We do have such the opportunities to can know that particular talent. And as a result, we have more nurses leaving to outside countries or to private and contributing to that particular thing because the government, there's no deliberate intention on government to take this particular nursing profession and to tap into their brains so that they can contribute to nursing. Thank you very much.
Number 5, the last one.
Good afternoon, beautiful nurses, and happy International Nurses Day. My name is Mukhadi Matlakala. I just want to say, first of all, I think as nurses, we need to find a way to decolonize the way in which we raise our voices. If we wish to lead, let's find a way of how we can actually speak, especially about things that affect us. And I want to agree with all the panelists with what they have shared, especially starting with nursing being a science from long ago. This pandemic, if we align it to the nursing sciences, we will see that it has actually brought us a way in which we need to start looking at things differently. It has forced us to go online. So we need to check all of our skills regarding technology. And on research, I also still want to agree with the panelists that the minister said nurses occupy all the spaces in the healthcare. They are the most affected. They are the most infected. They are the people who tell stories. But we need to find a way in which we can tell our own stories. We cannot always be informants where people come and collect data from us. But what the question is here is, do we have the capacity to conduct the research? If not, let's find a strategy in which we can actually give each other some ways in which we will know how to share the research. We need collaboration. I'm just taking up from what Dr. Mafalo has said. We really need collaboration, both in academia and in practice, if we need to be involved in much of research. And just touching on the issue of the qualifications, I just want to say, we always talk about the legacy qualifications. What the Department of Higher Education and Training is talking about here, it's aligned qualifications. So as nurses, we also need to embrace what the Department of Higher Education and Training in South Africa is doing. The qualifications per se do not come from the SANC or from DINOSA or from anywhere. These are aligned qualifications from the Department of Higher Education. So if they say any qualification that is 3 years will take 120 credits and it will be up to this there is no way that we can allow ourselves to go and fit in certain things. We want to be on the same qualification band with the rest of the other qualifications in South Africa. So as other colleagues have said, we need the Mahotlas. We need to invite those people to come and address us so that we can understand the standing regarding the qualifications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Pastor Ops.
Very much, Program Director, for giving me this opportunity. As a nurse, actually, I'm very concerned that we are just concentrating on the profession nursing as nurses. We are not, as the previous speaker has said, we are not conversant with what is happening outside the nursing fraternity. Firstly, let me say that if we look at what happened in the past, it looks like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. In the past, you would see a nurse doing just a diploma in nursing. And thereafter, you would go out and do what we call post-basic courses. Right now, we see an all-rounder who does a 4-year course with all those post-basic nurses included. And thereafter, this person is thrown into the deep end. This person is not specializing. Whereas what happened before was that this person, post the 3-year course, would go out and do a post-basic course where this particular person, nurse, would actually specialize in that particular field. I suppose right now, thus we are not part and parcel of the COVID-19 Commanding Council. Nurses are supposed to have been part and parcel of those stakeholders to take decisions because they are the people that are hands-on. They know better about various illnesses. I believe that as hands-on healthcare providers, they could be the people that inform that council of what is happening at the ground level. But because of the fact that nurses are not empowered enough over and above the profession itself, they are not skilled enough to be able to challenge certain things. I believe that we could have nurses that are not voiceless. Our theme today is a voice to lead. Are we voices that are leading? Those are things that as nurses we need to look at. Are we voices that are leading, or are we voices that are making noise? These are things that I would like us to take into consideration when we say, let us come together in a Lekgotla and look at these things. What is the role of a nurse in all of this? Is a nurse scientifically capacitated enough to inform the country what to do in epidemics such as this? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Going back to my panel, there is a question that arose from the floor. Colleagues, to you, Mr. Mandamela. There's a question that came from Hilda that says, how is DINOSA going to develop nurses and make a difference in their role as nurse scientists? As well, there is a question on our social media, and I guess this would be very much difficult for us to answer, but the panel can attempt. Is the current government open to opportunities for nursing to grow academically? Colleagues may attempt to respond to the question. The other question is asking the panelists, where do we see South Africa in the next 3 years in the healthcare system?
I didn't get the second one. What is?
Yeah, and others are comments. So those are the 3 questions that are emanating from.
I only got the first one.
The first one, Urligi. The first question.
Yeah, repeat the first question.
The first question is asking what will DINOSA be doing to make sure that they capacitate.
What legacy?
That's the first question.
All right, yeah. Let me attempt it this way to say, I think Prof. Matlakala in part answered it. To say there is a realignment by the Department of Higher Education. The challenge that we have is the gap between the credits, between the diploma and the degree. So ourselves, let me also touch at what Prof. Matlakala was saying, that there are opportunities. We have a journal that we give opportunities to our nurses in terms of research, that they can contribute, although there are criteria and all that, but I think DINOSA has got that platform where nurse researchers can contribute and discuss, and we can have reviewers there and all that, and having their own platform where they can develop and discuss. But DINOSA internally, we have got our own internal development for our own shop stewards, because we prepare them to be able to represent, because our main objective is to represent the profession, is to represent our members out there. So what we do and develop them is to develop them in line with labor-related issues, shop steward-related, and so on. But the other things that we do in collaboration with the South African Nursing Council, we do in collaboration with the government. What we do is to influence and discussions. Like we're talking about the Makhutlas. What we can do is for us to have a voice in all those fora. In the Quad, if the Quad is strengthened, then we'll be part of that Quad. Then we'll be able to contribute there. So I think that is from our side as DINOSA. That is as much as we can do. Maybe just to take another one, there was those Matthias, program director. I think there was a question that was saying the nurses who have fallen as Matthias. What is it that I think we need to do something as a country. And as DINOSA, we have to decide something, whether we create a monument or so. But that is open for discussion, because it might not be concluded now. But I think it's something to look into, that we have to have something for the nurses during this COVID, that we have a permanent remembrance of the Matthias who has fallen during the pandemic. So I thought maybe let me just take that question as well. Thanks, Tim.
President Mafalo? Is
Thank
the
you.
government open for nursing to grow academically?
This question of development, I think as we discuss, we're highlighting difficult areas that need to be crossed first. And it is a process. When we change curriculum, it is part of development. We change it for better. But the kind of contributions that we make are the ones that foreseeably into the future should give us a direction, whether we have got it. But if we're still stuck into different perspectives. That may be a challenge. A colleague says we need a forum. We need to come together. Let me remind of the 2010 summit here in South Africa. And we had hoped that that will be giving us an impact because we came together and made influence. But those who are still in practice would advise me, no, we picked up this, and the program is ongoing. We may go into that, but if you will not agree, for example, if we go into a summit, but Department of Health politically has taken a position based on a policy, that would just be a discussion. And then out of that, resources are spent and nothing comes up. Just imagine that summit in 2010, when we wanted to influence change into nursing, and compare with what is happening now. And I think you are aware of what is happening. Pick up those elements that you think were made in that summit, and if they are implemented. I was of interest to see DINOSA Nursing Council coming together and discuss such kind of, and a platform like that provides that opportunity. But if there is no agreement with what we discussed by the Department of Health, because they've got the direction, we have talked about how politics influence nursing, and we stuck again at that level. That to me remains a problem, but we need to review how we do that. If there is an agreement between nurses in DINOSA and nurses in council, then we must forcefully influence the department to take our point. And if we say we make contributions at what level, but doctors don't, they've got an attitude, so the department must assist us to change that. I'm giving you a practical example where a politician will stand and say, I don't accept this, working schedule. I'm coming from that area. And then the department said, no, you are out of the order. And they call her to order. But if they don't do that, he's free, and then he would influence nursing in that particular area. You must understand these dynamics. Then we talk about development. And we talk about development. There is an overlap now. By 2024, you must expect nursing to have changed and for the alignment process. But at the moment, there are nurses that are unemployed, there are nurses that are on training. This overlap, transitionally, what is it that will make us believe we are developing? I'm just highlighting this because indeed we are discussing so that we must improve. And many more we can talk because really I don't have to take more time. But that is my question. And then perhaps there was a question, let me say, on what next, in the next 3 years, what do you think South Africa will be? Hey, we are now watching the confusion that is taking place in the country. And nurses would claim to be planning for the next 3 years. Is that correlation? Are things going together? Now it depends on who's the dominant person in that regard. 3 years comes, nothing has been done. Somebody said, nurses are good in noisy voices. And those are activists that want change and make a contribution in policy development. But there are other nurses who consider their integrity and say, you don't sound professionally if you make this voice. But they are not influencing the way the activists want it. And then we stuck again at that level. And 3 years comes. And then we start having the program implemented. We realize that we have missed a lot of things. But let's agree, frequent contacts so that we can diagnose those differences and deal with them and feature them or factor them in our plan for the next 3 years. I'm just sharing you with my opinion. It might not be the best view, but I believe in the nurses in South Africa. Temberger said, the deputy president of ICN said, a South African nurse knows what he says. I'm paraphrasing that. And I believe in that as well. So we will stand up and influence policy direction, and we must be proud to have done so. It will never fall like manna from heaven and say, now we've got it in 3 years. We have to influence it. We are Tandi. Thank you.
President.
I want to start with what was raised by number 4. I think he's a PEC member of Gauteng. When you say the problems did not start during the pandemic, oh yes, they did not. But what the pandemic has done, it has made us to think and think very deep, because it has exposed how ill-prepared the healthcare services globally are for pandemics. And you went on to say, we do not, I guess, South African nurses, we do not have a platform to showcase our knowledge, our skills. And I want to say, you are not my brother. I hope you're not going to take an exception. You are my son. I want to say, my son, we do have those platforms in South Africa. I'm going to allude to few. Dinosa, you still have got the journals. The journals. Because you are talking about the platform to showcase your knowledge and skills. And I'm saying Dinosa alone has got 2 publications. The magazine Update. We have got the Curationish, which is strictly for research. Once we have Curationish, to what an extent do we make sure, because Curationish, that's where it shows that nurses in South Africa, they can compete with any nurse from all over the world. But if Curationish is only ours here, we are then failing to showcase who we are as nurses, nurse scientists in this country. Because we do have countries that do not have universities that have got even degrees, never mind masters and PhDs. You come to South Africa, we have got plenty. That also, in a way, to answer the last questions from Instagram, do the government have an appetite to develop nurses? That is not government's role, it is our role. How are these nursing departments in the universities are connected with the nursing structures in the country? That then goes in the unity that I was talking about. Now, we are all over. We do not want to come as this forceful group of professionals that they dominate in the health industry in terms of numbers. That also dominate in terms of knowledge, because we've got people that are knowledgeable. I used to say to the GS of Nehawu, as a trade union, when we were talking, I would say, I will never compete with you when it comes to numbers. But where I know that I can beat you, it is the quality of the people I am organizing. But then this quality of people that I'm organizing, what does it do? It is not doing enough because we're not together. If I am in the universities, I'm a senior lecturer, I'm a lecturer, I'm a professor, I'm just there. Something has to happen to all of us, especially you young ones, born free, those that were born free, who do not have the garbage that I have. You have to look at nursing and life differently from me. Because I came to nursing with a lot of garbage. And during the training, I carried that baggage. Up to now, I'm still carrying that garbage. Now, in the world, we have got nurses who see themselves as, I want to be a global nurse. Kwena is going through a program by ICN, which is called Global Nurse Leadership Initiative. Why is ICN having that program? It is because we realize that globalization has made this world so small. And therefore, we need young people who are curious, who do not only want to know what is happening in their profession, because nursing is not like a fruit tree hanging there. It is influenced by so many things, including politics. So you must be curious. We are now in the world. You can't only be interested in what is happening in South Africa. What is happening in the region? What is happening in the world? Because if you look at the politicians, they keep on organizing themselves differently because they are also responding to the dynamics of the changes of the world. We had SADC, we had BRICS, we had the G7, G20, whatever. But us as nursing, to what an extent do we organize ourselves so that we can have an impact at an international level? I always say maybe it's because we were the last comers in the international world. I've found us not to be curious in terms of what's happening. We have contained ourselves, we have boxed ourselves to South Africa. The world is not like that. That is why the Congress of ICN this year, because of COVID, it is going to move around the world. Because again, number 4, COVID has made us to do things differently. I am urging. I heard Professor Matakala is here, who is in curationist. That is where we can showcase how scientific nursing is in South Africa by that. It is not owned by the university, it is owned by DINOSA, a national organization for nurses of this country. How different is it from the other journals that are owned by the university? Can we make a difference between Curationist and any other scientific journal in South Africa? I don't know. The question, Kwena, what legacy is DINOSA going to leave? It came from number 1 or 2. And said, because we are today commemorating Florence Nightingale, a British nurse. Florence Nightingale is being celebrated or commemorated today because not her, some people decided to write about her. She did not write about herself, but you can see these lot of quotations of what she used to say, right? But what are we writing up? Who is writing about DINOSA? Because if there's nothing written down, the young ones will keep on saying DINOSA did not leave legacy. And yet, It did, but it's not recorded. So, you know, I like this platform more also because it is virtual. Because somebody there, I hope, we're going to touch oneness and be able to do some of the things. There is a lot to be done by all of us in this room and those that are listening. The world. You know, when you hear nurses from other countries say nurses are being celebrated, you can actually see that they are really being celebrated. Like Mafalo was saying, to us, it's just a nice thing to say. And therefore, the person who talked about collaboration, that was very important concept, unity and collaboration. Nursing Now campaign, one of the core chairpersons of it, Chris Nigel, Lord, not even a nurse. He once attended our meeting in Geneva. At the time when we were starting this campaign, he looked at us and said, you know what is amazing? What always interests me with nurses? You like to convince each other. Hey, you like to convince others. You talk to the convicted. You dismally fail to convince those that once they have listened to you, they will act and therefore better your lives. You talk amongst yourselves. And what, in a simple language, what is that? Collaboration. We talked about higher education. Huh? Have we collaborated with him? Or because we are nurses, we are working for health department. So the only department that we know that is important to us is Department of Health, as if Department of Health is owning us and our lives. Collaboration, 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 collaboration. That's when we will begin, Dinosa, to leave legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Your last word, sir?
I think a lot has been touched, but I want to tap on the issue of Council of Higher Education. You know, if there was a serious engagement or stakeholder engagement, we wouldn't be having a confusion, in essence saying, but we shouldn't move in this way, we should move in that direction. Because you would believe that ideally, the Council of Higher Education should speak to bodies like the Nursing Council, should speak to bodies like your DINOSA, to understand where nursing is in terms of in their eyes. There must also be community engagements for that, so that you are able to diagnose the situation that your country is in, so that even when you then update that curriculum, you are responding to the challenges that are there. And then the issue of credits will come from that. And I'm thinking as well, when we talk to the issue of professional development, we have not yet determined what kind of staff we want to have, because you don't even have your national staffing norms at the moment. We're still talking about human resources for health, but we haven't mastered how we want that to look like. That is the challenges that we have in terms of professional development. I think once we crack that code, then we'll be able to understand what kind of professional do we want and where do we want them and where do we place these people that we are developing. And then we can start introducing things like your continuous professional developments, because we'll be knowing where we're placing these people. The issue of nurses we are talking about issues that are only nursing related, but we are not talking about what is happening outside of us. You see, that in itself is a very important thing, because without the community, actually, let me start it this way. You become a member of the community before you can actually enter into the hospital and serve the community. And each and every profession, its purpose is to serve the community. That is where we are. However, if we miss a chance to actually engage on important issues that are happening within our communities, it would be difficult for us to understand the patients who come with a story there in casualty or wherever. It will be difficult for you to relate because you do not want to put yourself in the shoes of that person. You see yourself as this other person on the other side, but not part of where you are coming from. And if we do not look at it, we are going to turn, and this is maybe something that we could talk about in unions as well, the issue of workerism, to say we are only concerned about the bread, where our bread is buttered in terms of as workers, but we are not actually looking at the broader socioeconomic issues that come with, whatever we need, whether should it be a wage increase, whichever it is that we need as an incentive, we should also be looking at our communities that we are coming from to say, would this, if we get this, would this jeopardize the livelihoods? Would this affect this and that, so that we're able to integrate ourselves into that part? And it's important because the hegemony that is needed to transform nursing is not only the hegemony amongst ourselves, it is the hegemony with the community as well. I would like to end it there.
Thank you very much, panelists. I think we've got to the end of the discussions. However, there are few issues that we're picking up and we're being advised upon. Similarly, the most stumbling block that is between us and the development of nursing and its scientists is ourselves. Because all the panelists and the floor has raised an issue that we seem to be divided more than we are united. And we're being advised to say the sooner we converge, agree to disagree, and then we map a way forward. Secondly, Genosa is being advised to say you've got resources at your disposal. You need to use those resources to make sure that nursing in this country, particularly young nurse scientists, gets developed and they move on. And we're not saying the old ones should be left behind, Professor Matlakala. We're just saying that we need to develop that culture of having young ones into research, not later when we are 50 years, then when we want to do our PhDs. So that is where we are. But as well, we are young people, you are advised, and that's wisdom. There. Look at nursing with different eyes. Don't look at it the way that the Deputy President of ICN saw it when she started going into general nursing science 101, 100 years ago. So you need to see it in a different light and look around yourself. Look around the world. What is happening in China? What is currently happening in India? What has happened in Mozambique yesterday? Those are the things that we need to be looking at as young people and professionals, actually. Because nursing, it's no longer about getting into the ward and you nurse the patient and you leave. It has encompassed so many things. And COVID-19 has taught us that. We as well are advised to say, look, development of nurses, it's not only the responsibility of government. And of course, as your employer, they've got to develop you. However, as nurses, we need to know that development should start with ourselves. And President, the problem with us is that we want to think that when we are developed or being educated is when someone is sitting before us or standing before us and teaching us. And that mindset needs to change. You can learn in so many ways. Where's that the world has got this technology? And Professor Matlakala has advised to say, we need to look at how technology is influencing us and how it's advancing. And we need to step up and get out of our comfort zones and deal with these issues of technology. I think in few years to come, President, we would have, already there's telemedicine happening in South Africa. And if we don't want to advance as nurses, we would just think that the patient should always be coming to you, or else you could be talking to a patient when she is somewhere there. So we need to keep track and become innovators, like Florence Nightingale. I think basically these are the things, the issues of staffing norms that is being raised by the student and professional development. Of course, they are genuine issues. However, like it has been indicated by the panelists, until such time that we solve these mini problems that we are having, we are always going to have someone who is a nurse, who is not a nurse, deciding on our behalf to say that no, nursing should just go to human resource. And it just become a human resource issue. They don't need to look at any other thing that is happening around nursing. We need to embrace change, colleagues. We've been advised. What happens in higher learning, it's not because of it should be happening. It is legislated, it is law. Issues of the change in nursing, legacy qualification, it has to do with law. You are following the law, you're following the National Qualifications Framework. And this has been raised previously to say nurses were outside the system, the mainstream system. That is why you find nurses being the lowest paid. Because someone who is a dentist with the same qualification or similar qualification equal to your NQF level is earning more than you are earning. And that's why those things. So the intention is to make nursing to be at par with everyone else, so that there is no such a thing, or when you are considered to be a COO, Tabo, for one hospital, then it is not safe, but he is a nurse, is not qualified enough. It can be equal as a physician, colleagues. So basically there is another issue, but we are cautioned by the former president to say, let's have discussions amongst ourselves. Let's meet and discuss. However, our discussions should not just be rhetorics. They should not be just rhetorics. Let us discuss so that we map concrete way forward on how we want to see this profession. I think I've covered and summed up everything that has been said, colleagues, and I've represented the views of the panel. Thank you very much. Next, on our next on our program, it's a video clip from communications on nurses during lockdown. Is this? Do you want us to do so? No? May I request the floor to rise and we observe a moment of silence for the colleagues that have passed on. May their spirits hear your rhythm, and may they have the eternal peace for being the heroes in the struggle. Thank you. You may be seated. Next on our program is Ms. Tsakane to come and read the pledge of service. Colleagues, the candles are in the packets. As you get a packet, please take it out.
Can I not take the big one when you take this? Let me take the big one. Please. Good afternoon, beautiful nurses, and to our esteemed guests. My name is Tsakane Thobelo. I am a nurse at Ekurhuleni here in Johannesburg. And it was my honor to do the Nurses Pledge and lead it for today's International Nurses Day celebration. Nurses Pledge of Service. Okay, so you'll say it after me. The nurses' pledge of service. I solemnly pledge myself to the services of humanity and the endeavor to practice my profession with conscience and with dignity. I will maintain by all the means in my power the honor and the noble tradition of my profession. The total health of my patients will be my first consideration. I will hold in confidence all personal matters coming to my knowledge. I will not permit consideration of religion, nationality, race, or social standing to intervene between my duty and my patient. I will maintain the utmost respect for human life. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor. Thank you.
Tell who? Kindly switch on the lights back on. Thank you. We have arrived at the end of our program, and I would like to call upon the Deputy President of DINOSA, Mrs. Rita Msibi, to ascend to the stage to give vote of thanks to everyone who has attended this August event. President, it's your moment.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Program Director, DGS Dimakadzo Sibupa. Hey, I wish former President Matabini that we could then, before I do the vote of thanks, take a hymn and have a hymn esingayicula namhlanje, because we are celebrating this day differently. If there's anyone who can start a hymn for us, any hymn, ezokwenza ukuthi sisende off our colleagues that were displayed here, and also honor those who are still in the battle. Ngoba ngempela, this COVID-19 is here to stay. It's not just an event. As we are speaking now, the numbers are growing. Most of our colleagues are still in danger. Uma ngabe kungabakhona nje who can give us that hymn. Any volunteer. Thank you, colleagues. Let me first of all start by giving the glory to the Almighty God for making this day or this occasion a resounding success. Thank you, Pastor Hobbs, for bringing us close to God as we are starting this program. Thank you very much. A special thank goes to our Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Joe Phaahla, and the Ministry as a whole of Health, who despite his busy schedule, he has found time to be with us and grace this occasion. I also wish to express our gratitude to the ICN CEO, Mr. Howard Curtin, and the ICN Deputy President, Ms. Thembeka Gwagwa, for their hard work in ensuring that nursing is a profession. I'm sending this message to the Department of Health, who recently declared nursing as a semi-profession. We are denying, we'll challenge them, we'll stand by our belief nursing is a profession. We want to also to thank the panelists for available contributions, guidance, encouragement, and your effort in preparing your presentation so that you remain relevant to the theme and be precise with your information. Thank you, former President, Mr. Mafalo, Mayor Thembeka Gwagwa, Ntate Manamela, and the young worker, the students, and the young lion that rose. To the media houses, thank you very much for covering this event and also conveying the words of encouragement to nurses nationally and internationally, especially that you were able to convey our frustrations to the community. Through the media houses, today we're able to celebrate this day with our community. And indeed, if you are looking at the social media, you can see the response and the support that nurses are getting from the community. To DINOSA staff, DINOSA leadership, who made this event a memorable event through your hard work, thank you very much. Thank you very much, President, and your leadership. The General Secretary, Mr. Kasim Lehwati, and the 2 DGSs, the NOPs, and the NEC members. To the attendees, audience, colleagues who are connected virtually, colleagues who are coming from the international organization. We've got the sub-regional secretary of PSI with us. Others are connected virtually. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being part of us. We have never enjoyed such a big audience in our INDs. Today, I'm told that a lot of countries have connected to this event. It's really appreciated. Finally, colleagues, I would like to leave you with this quotation from Umama Umaya Angelou. She said, as a nursing, we have the opportunity to heal the mind, the soul, the heart, and the body of our patients, families, and other people. People who may forget what your name is, they will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. This is a feeling that I'm having today. I'll never forget this day. This is a memorable event. Once again, I want to thank you for your attention and also for your cooperation. Happy Nurses Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, for the vote of thanks. Colleagues, we've arrived at the end of our program. I hope everyone has received a smaller bag with little gifts. Those are tokens of appreciation from ourselves. We have lunch. I'm told that I need to guide the colleagues that we need to get out of this door and turn left, and there would be further instructions outside. My job is done here. I would like to say thank you for being a good audience and thank you for being patient with me. Happy International Nurses Day.